Thee, heads, hearts, and hands in unity to reach our destiny, ever conscious of God, being proud of our heritage. May we with faith and courage aspire, build, advance as one people, one family. God bless our nation.
I now invite Pastor Alan Jones to lead us in prayer.
Special good night to our Prime Minister, Honorable Testing 1, 2. All right, a special good night to our Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Parliamentary Rep, Honorable Ron Redhead, all ministers of religion, specially invited guests, honorees. Let's bow our heads tonight as we pray. Mighty God, we ask your blessing tonight over this proceedings. We pray, Lord, that you would just have your way. Lord God, I'm reminded of your word that says in all things we are to give thanks. So God, tonight we give you thanks, we give you praise, we give you glory, we give you honor, because, oh God, you deserve it. Oh God, you have kept us, and Lord God, your hands are upon us. Lord God, we thank you, oh God, for all of your blessings, oh God, and your provisions. So God, tonight we thank you, oh God. God, your word declares that we are to give honor to whom honor is due. And Lord God, tonight we thank you, God, for the honorees that are before us tonight. We pray, God, that you will continue to put your hand upon them. And Lord God, you will continue to help each and every one of us, oh God, to even perform and even to do better, oh God, and to brighten the corner where we are at. Lord God, we pray, God, that you will just continue, God, to lift us up as a people. Oh God, help us to be united, oh God, in the name of Jesus, with one common goal and purpose as we chart the way forward, oh God. Lord God, we thank you, oh God, and we pray, God, tonight that you will just bless each and every one of us here, oh God. We pray, God, that you will bless us and keep us. Lord God, you will make your face to shine upon us and be gracious unto us. Lord God, we pray that you will lift up your countenance upon us and give you peace in Jesus' mighty name. Amen and amen.
Thank you, brother. Please be seated. Prime Minister of Grenada, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Parliamentary Representative for St. George Northeast, Honorable Ron Redhead, Chairman of St. George Northeast 50-50 Celebration Committee, Mr. Derek James, Ambassador for CARICOM Affairs, Honorable Aaron Moses, former members of Parliament and candidates of Northeast, esteemed honorees, Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Christopher Nelson and his wife, religious brothers and sisters, sponsors, specially invited guests, members of the Northeast 50-50 Committee, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the diaspora, viewers and listeners locally, regionally, and internationally, members of the media, good evening to all. I welcome you to the Northeast, to Spice Basket, and to Snowcorner, which I learned was the mecca of the Northeast back in the day. Now, my name is Francis Paul. I'm a member of the Northeast 50-50 Celebration Committee, and it is indeed a privilege and an honor to be a master of ceremony this evening. I want to welcome you all. I can assure you that this evening will be a wonderful and interesting evening where we are awarding 50 persons from the Northeast. Some posthumously, we have now deceased, but 50 persons who have contributed significantly to the development of the Northeast and to the nation as a whole. So I invite you to sit back, relax tonight, and enjoy the proceedings to the awardees. Welcome to all invited guests. Welcome everyone. Now I now invite the chairman of the Northeast Committee, Derek James, to give the formal welcome for tonight's proceedings.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Parliamentary Representative for St. George Northeast, Honorable Ron Redhead, distinguished honorees, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Helen Keller said, and I quote, "Ideas without action are useless." End of quote. Ideas have power. They can change the world. They can open new windows of opportunity and inspire us to do things that we never thought possible. Ideas transform our perception of what is possible and inspire us to push on when we feel like giving up. The idea of this event was born right here in Spice Basket on May 10th, 2023. After the funeral of the wife of one of our honorees. 5 of the now 12 members of our committee sat under the bandstand and reminiscent on the good old days of the Northeast, reflected on who are here and who were here. Those who have gone to the great beyond and the role they all played in the overall development of our community, our country, and our world. Since we do have a number of very influential individuals from the Northeast who occupy very influential and prestigious positions worldwide, we're here to honor all of them. You will observe the proximity of the bandstand from the bar, right there, right here. So it was easy for you to understand why, when the suggestion was made that I should chair the committee, I accepted. Being in a better state of mind the following day, I often wonder if my decision was the correct one. However, the words of the chairperson of the National Organizing Committee, Dr. Wendy Crawford, at the launch of our independence celebration on October 31st, 2023, clearly indicated to me that my decision was correct. It was a correct one, and I quote what she said. "Too often we allow partisan affiliation and narrow thinking to overshadow our national obligations, preventing us from truly giving out all our best and call home and the country we profess to love so much." End of quote. Her just convinced me that this guy who born in the stone here in Bolio was still on the right track. Our presence here this evening is one of celebration, one of achievement as Northeast, and as we come together to celebrate the 50th anniversary of our independence, and also to celebrate the first 50 men and women of St. George Northeast for their outstanding contribution to the development of our community and country prior and during the period of our independence. Selecting the first 50 awardees from the huge number of outstanding persons throughout Northeast was no means an easy feat for us. We utilized methods such as communities, one-on-one, placing drop boxes throughout the entire Northeast along with our telephone numbers in order to accommodate suggestions from the residents of the constituency. We were overwhelmed with the suggestions that came To put the final list together, it was no easy feat for none of us. To those whose names are not mentioned tonight, rest assured, your gift and commitment to national building exceed appreciable calculations. The people of Northeast respectfully honor and express gratitude for all selfless contribution for every craftsman, every garment worker, bus driver, mental health worker. We pay particular homage to our agriculture workers, shopkeepers, and small business people. We recognize, embrace, and salute every nurse and doctor, athlete, builder, nutmeg and cocoa farmer, and street cleaners. We applaud every teacher, every preacher, every tourism worker, every citizen of St. George Northeast. We may not appear tonight, who may not appear on tonight's program, yet your name is proudly and thoughtfully and thankfully whispered gently by all of us. Your human contribution often unseated, yet invaluable has been cemented in the annals of history, archive, and achievements of those proud community work people. As we pledge our commitment to extend this 50th to another time, we hope that those who are not recognized tonight will be recognized in future days. The impact of recognizing 50 persons will not be felt only by our honorees or their families, but all of those who have benefited from the contributions. I am proud to lead this team of dedicated persons that work with every fiber in executing this event this evening. I ask you to recognize the entire committee with a round of applause. Let us join hands to do what is best for Northeast and Grenada in general. At this juncture, I wish to congratulate all the honorees and thank them for the service rendered, which very often is the driving force behind progress and development in our society. They have all earned their success through service to others, not at the expense of others. Happy 50th Independence to all. Let us all be mindful at all times as we are one people with one journey and one future. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for your eloquent welcoming remarks. And I now invite a son of the Northeast, the Honorable Ron Redhead, Parliamentary Representative of the Northeast, to offer remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am also a father of the Northeast because I have two lovely son and daughter children. Thank you, everyone. St. George Northeast, lovely. You all look as proud as you are in your songs, your people, and tonight in particular, your recognition of the 50 sons and daughters of St. George Northeast will go an extremely long way. Let me recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Let me also recognize the Chairman and all other committee members of St. George Northeast 50-50 Committee. Indeed, it is a pleasure to see this through. I must confess tonight that when I first heard of it, I was wondering what shape it's going to take. And tonight in particular, seeing the lovely people of St. George Northeast all gathered here, knowing fully well that the work which went behind the scenes to get it to this point, and understanding in particular the people who are going to be recognized tonight are sons and daughters who gave tremendous service to St. George Northeast and Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. And for that, each of us should feel proud, and each of us must give the committee members a lusty round of applause for their hard work. Indeed, there is always a first time for everything. And Grenada, celebrating 50 years of independence this year, it is very important that St. George Northeast distinguish itself. So let me tell you why. St. George Northeast is in the middle of Grenada. And let me explain what I mean by that. Those of you who know going up to Vendome 1910, those of you who know going to Mardi Gras, top Mardi Gras, and joining with St. David would understand the proximity. Those of you who know River Road, joining with Tempe, or Tempe Junction, would understand the proximity. Those of you who know going through Mankuma and joining with Busheju would understand the proximity. And I can go on and on and on. So St. George Northeast is the center of attraction and has given to us tremendous sons and daughters, businessmen, farmers, agricultural workers, nurses, doctors, teachers, you name it. Most importantly, politicians. We've had a few. So without any further ado, let me say again congratulations to each and every one of you. And tonight, those of you who would be recognized, we look forward to your continuation, those of you who are alive, continuing to spread that message, to be a good member of St. George Northeast and a good member by extension of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, so that we can continue awarding next year 51 until we reach 100. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you, Honorable Ron Redhead, for those remarks, son and father of the Northeast. It is always a privilege to have our Honorable Prime Minister here with us, and it is so this evening. And without much ado, I invite the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, our Prime Minister, to offer remarks.
Sorry, I thought I'd take a while to compose myself. Greetings, St. George Northeast. Well, let me try again. Greetings, St. George Northeast. Greetings. And we'll do it the third time for good measure. Greetings, St. George Northeast. Greetings. All right, good. Now we're sounding as if we're about to celebrate. And you know, when I was making these greetings, I didn't realize we had such a large crowd underneath the tent. So let me do it a fourth time. Greetings, St. George Northeast. I think you all deserve a round of applause. You should be justifiably proud of this event and justifiably proud of the men, women, sons, and daughters that you have produced. So I think it is justified to give the committee a hearty round of applause for not just conceiving of the idea, but for making sure that the actions and the work and the resources required to pull this event off happened. And so I am deeply honored and humbled to have been invited this evening to take part in this event. In case you didn't know, I too am a son of the Northeast. Because by choice, not by happenstance, by happenstance I was born in St. David's. I had no choice over it. But by choice, I spent almost a decade living in St. George's Northeast. I bet you didn't know that fact. And perhaps by choice again, I lived close to a former politician who lived in St. George Northeast. So maybe unknown to me, the osmosis took place and the thing traveled down the hill. And so, believe it or not, less than 5 years after moving out of the Northeast, I got involved in politics. So perhaps the Northeast shaped me in ways that I had not yet known. And to that extent, that is perhaps the beauty of St. George Northeast. I have come to know personally many of the highly successful, respected, hardworking families and men and women of the Northeast, who have not just contributed and developed the Northeast, but have shaped Grenada immensely. You should be very, very proud of them. And the fact that so many of you are here tonight is testimony to the remarkable accomplishments and achievements, but I think most importantly, the sense of community that they must have engendered within St. George Northeast. And so this really is a lesson for the son and father of the Northeast to ensure that the next generation of Northeasterners, if we may call them that, follow the example set by the awardees who are going to be honored and recognized tonight. And so, as we mark the 50th anniversary of our independence, the part of the theme that talks about our future, that future cannot happen, and we would not have had the opportunity to have a future had it not been for the tremendous work of our people and the tremendous journey that they've taken and continue to take since attaining independence. So whether it's the libations from the bar that led to the inspiration that birthed this idea of honoring 50 of the greatest sons of the Northeast, then sometimes the spirits do have their function. And it seemed that it has functioned very well in this instance. So to the honorees and to the families of the honorees, because for those who would be honored posthumously, oftentimes it is those who remain alive that benefit from the sacrifice and the hard works of those who go before us. And so we all stand on the shoulders of those who've gone before us, on the shoulders of those who've laid the foundation for what we have today in the Northeast. And so it is important that we remember them. And to conclude, I will therefore ask if you could all join me in a moment of silence to recognize all of the honorees who will be honored posthumously, and for all of the citizens of St. George Northeast who have gone before, but in one way or the other have shaped St. George's Northeast to be what it is today. So if you would kindly oblige me in a moment of silence on their behalf. Thank you very much. And so as I conclude, I hope and I expect that this event will be the catalyst to ensuring that St. George Northeast continues to play the pivotal, vital, and important role that it has played in the history of Grenada. And I look forward, therefore, to 50 years from now, if I'm smiling down on those who are wrong, or if I happen by God's grace to still be wrong, to such an event in the Northeast where we can honor another 50 men and women who've continued to carry the flag, who've continued to carry the family values and the sense of community and well-being that I feel so honored to be part of this evening. So congratulations to the community. Congratulations to the honorees and their families, and congratulations to the great people of St. George Northeast. Happy 50th anniversary of independence.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your wonderful and congratulatory remarks. And since you live in the Northeast 10 years, you are a citizen of the Northeast. We will now have some entertainment from Our Lady Help of Christian School Choir. And although all the little ones you're seeing tonight with the lovely voices come from Our Lady Help of Christian School, they all come from different parts of the Northeast. So sit back and enjoy the lovely little ones, the future of the Northeast. I don't like that applause. That's the next 50 years. Thank you. That's better. Thank you, Miss Lynette Noel, and those wonderful little ones. We move to the official segment of our ceremony this evening, and that is the presentation of awards. Miss Lynette Noel. Answer to your name. Can you come up to the front, please? Ms. Noel, as a daughter of the Northeast, we thank you for being here this evening with the little ones. So we're moving on now to the official segment of our ceremony, the presentation of awards. And we started off with agriculture and part of business. So the first 10 awards. And the awards will be presented by our Honorable Parliamentary Rep, Ron Redhead. The first awardee is Mr. John Krizik. And I know I got the name right. Krizik. Please bear with us. Technology as always. Nothing works better than the manual. As we await technology, it will give us a short bio on Mr. Krizik, who would receive an award in agriculture. Second awardee under the category of agriculture, Mr. James Francis.
James Francis was born in New Hampshire, St. George, on October 8, 1938. He attended the St. Luke's Anglican School in Grenvilleville, St. George. James was always ambitious and sought to educate himself in different areas. For example, he took private lessons in physics from Mr. Otto George, then a master at the GBSS, and as a newspaper boy, he learned the art of printing. However, he concentrated on agriculture, and while employed by the government of Grenada, he attended courses in root crop cultivation at the Mount Morris Agricultural Station, animal husbandry at Westerhall Agricultural Station, cocoa propagation at Boulogne Cocoa Station, and budding and grafting at Mirbeau Agricultural Station. James also attended courses in St. Augustine, Trinidad, where he learned small animal management and artificial insemination, and became a vet assistant performing minor surgeries, including castration. Overall, he spent 22 years in the government service and retired several years ago as an agricultural instructor before becoming self-employed. Currently, James does private work in animal health and cultivates livestock, especially breeding and raising goats.
The third awardee under the category of agriculture, Mr. Evans Gooding.
Mr. Evans Gooding is the epitome of Grenadian farming, a shining example of traditional experience and modern innovation. His initiation into farming came from his father, and he held fast to the principles and practices he learned from him. Upon graduation from the St. John's Christian Academy, he began laying a foundation for his career in farming, although he furthered his technical education in the United States. After 33 years of full-time farming, Evans is one of the most widely recognized farmers representatives in the Tri-Island state. In March 2005, he was elected president of the Northeast Farmers Organization and has been re-elected president to date. Under his leadership, the organization has secured substantial material, technical, and training support for its members and the wider farming community in Grenada. NIFO has worked with FAO, CTA, COLACP, CTA, CARDI, UNDP, GIZ, and CATS, MAREB, and SIRE. He was a long-standing member of the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. He provided representative leadership in regional organizations like the Caribbean Farmers Network and internationally in Mauritius, Ethiopia, and Colombia. Regionally, his advocacy was recorded in Trinidad, the Dominican Republic, Barbados, and several Eastern Caribbean states. On a personal level, he has hosted or conducted training in soil testing, natural pest control and biostimulant, water management, example drip, overhead and micro sprinkler, composting and composting teas. In 2014, he was a member of the Twinning Technology Exposure Tour of farmers from the Caribbean and from the Pacific Islands who traveled to Barbados, St. Vincent, and Jamaica. In 2012, he took the Northeast farmers and members of the Extension Service to Tobago on a 10-day farmers exchange tour. His advocacy and mentorship extends to the next generation of farmers, as well through his work with the Constantine Methodist Primary School, Boca Secondary School, and a recently approved aquaponics and twinning project with Wesley College. For his ongoing contributions to the sector, Mr. Gooding was awarded the British Empire Medal in 2021. Apart from his role in the agricultural sector, he is a husband, father, local preacher in the Methodist Church, and an unelected community leader within the Willis, New Hampshire area. He is a worthy recipient of additional awards since he straddles the generations entrusted with the nutrition security of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique.
We welcome our fourth awardee under the category of agriculture, Mr. Colville Hercules.
Mr. Colville Stephen Hercules was born in the village of Rainey, St. George in 1958. He got his primary education at the St. Paul's Government School and his secondary education at the St. John's Christian and the Grenada Boys Secondary Schools. He received his tertiary education at the Mirabeau Agricultural Training School. Mr. Hercules has a vast knowledge and experience, having worked in various areas in the field of agriculture. He was employed in the Ministry of Agriculture as an Agricultural Statistical Officer, ICA as Field Officer, the Marketing and National Importing Board, or MNIB, as a Field Officer, and with the Oxfam Assistant Program Manager after Hurricane Ivan. He also received training in the following areas: post-harvest management quality assurance, extension services, technology transfer, and people empowerment. Mr. Hercules is currently employed as a small business owner doing horticulture.
We welcome the fifth awardee under agriculture, Jarvis Lawrence.
Jarvis Lawrence is the Chief Executive Officer of Garden Plus Group of Companies, an agribusiness-based company. It comprises of Cool Nursery Garden Center, Garden Plus Agri Depot, Sunny Bears Fresh Market, and Coolscape Landscape Company. Mr. Lawrence is a qualified horticulturalist, agriculture specialist, and landscape architect with over 25 years' experience in the industry. Mr. Lawrence grew up in the small community of Melrose, St. George, where he developed a passion for agriculture at a tender age due to the community reliance on agriculture for their livelihood. He spent most of his childhood growing domestic animals and also spending time with his grandmother at the nearby Bon Accord estate. Mr. Lawrence started his first plant nursery in an abandoned pig stall behind his residence after completing the T.A. Marichaud Community College. It has since grown into one of the largest agriculture-horticulture business in the OECS, with multiple nurseries and farming locations throughout the state of Grenada. Mr. Lawrence received numerous awards over the years, including the British Empire Medal. His philosophy in life: through people, agriculture grow, communities develop, and a nation prosper.
Our final awardee under the category of agriculture is Joseph Emmanuel Manny Lewis, and the award will be received on his behalf by Rosalie George.
Joseph Emmanuel Manny Lewis was born and grew up in Mardi Gras in Paws. He was a son of Grenada's soil who literally loved his country's soil. Mr. Lewis started his career as a teacher, but soon discovered that living in harmony with nature was his life's true calling. After accepting a job in the forestry division of the Ministry of Agriculture, he took advantage of the opportunity, rare in his era, to receive training in England in the area of forestry. He returned to Grenada where he applied his knowledge and expertise to his job, rising through the ranks of government to become the superintendent of forestry and lands. Believing that self-discipline and punctuality were among life's greatest virtues, he could be seen heading early every morning to Grenada and later on to lay avocado in St. David's to guide and supervise large numbers of government workers, with sowing seeds and tending to saplings in the forest. Emmanuel Lewis' motto was plant, grow, thrive. He had not only a green but also a gold thumb. Every plant he touched flourished. Mr. Lewis is being honored for his immense contribution to the science and craft of managing and conserving Grenada's forest, which, as we now know, play an important role in combating climate change.
We now move into the category of business, and the first awardee is Juliana Ed deceased, and the award will be received on her behalf by Bernadette Ed.
Juliana Ed was born in Beaulieu, St. George. She started in business by establishing a butcher stall in Beaulieu and later moved her business to the abattoir in the town of St. George. Mama Ed, as she was affectionately known, later purchased a building on St. John Street where she opened a billiard and bar and would later proceed to establish the first Volkswagen dealership in Grenada with the proceeds from her previous ventures. This pioneering venture, which started in the 1960s, differentiated Mama Ed from her other female colleagues in the field of business. Her company was then the only business to compete with Datsun vehicles, the agent being George F. Huggins. Mama Ed was an electric figure, with one of her closest companions being her monkey. She frequently sported a short haircut, khaki three-quarter walking shorts, and flat sandals, with her reading glasses tipped at the edge of her nose, fastener with glittering chain. Mama Ed was undoubtedly one of Grenada's most fearless and astute businesswomen.
Still under the category of business, our 8th awardee this evening is Elvis Andrew.
Elvis Andrew was born on 19th July 1961 in the village of Vandam, St. George. His father was a taxi driver, and at a very early age, he showed an interest in this business. Elvis Taxi and Tour aka King Elvis, was established in August 1994 and has provided over 30 years of quality service. He can now boast of having the largest fleet of comfortable air-conditioned taxis and tour buses of all sizes in Grenada. The business has flourished by maintaining an outstanding reputation with clients from all over the world. King Elvis provides tours for large and small groups with individual and group rates. They offer services for cruise ship tours and small groups, day or night.
Still on the business, our ninth awardee, De La Grenade Industries, and the award will be received by Glenda Shockness.
De La Grenade Industries. De La Grenade Industries was founded by Sybil La Grenade as a cottage industry in the basement of the La Grenade family home in St. Paul's in the late 1960s. Sybil La Grenade was a true visionary. She realized the potential of the nutmeg pericarp and used it as a fruit to produce value-added products, including nutmeg jam and nutmeg syrup. In 1990, the high quality and uniqueness of her nutmeg syrup won international acclaim when it was awarded a grand gold medal from Monde Selection in Brussels, Belgium. To date, De La Grenade nutmeg syrup remains one of only 2 Caribbean products to receive the first prize from Monde Selection. La Grenade liqueur, produced using a secret family formula passed on from one generation to the next, also received a gold medal from Monde Selection that same year. Alan La Grenade, Sybil's husband, contributed to the expansion of the company's product range by introducing De La Grenade rum punch in the 1970s. In the late 1980s, Sybil took the bold step of upscaling her operations to a commercial enterprise. Sadly, due to her untimely death in 1991, she only saw the factory building completed. The baton was then passed on to one of the La Grenade daughters, Cécile, an expert food scientist who rolled out commercial production in 1992. Today, the company boasts 20 products, which include an increase in its line of nutmeg products from 3 to 7, all under the brand name De La Grenade. The La Grenade daughters remain the current owners of De La Grenade Industries. They all contribute to the success of the company in their respective areas of expertise.
Still on the business, 10th award to Wilbur Douglas. Award will be received by his daughter Maria Douglas.
Wilbert Everett Douglas. Wilbert Everett Douglas was born in the month of July 1923. He attended the Bolio RC School, where he attained the highest standard at the age of 14. Because of his age, he repeated the course for 2 consecutive years and left school at the age of 16. He continued private studies for 2 years with emphasis on commerce, English language, mathematics, and bookkeeping, and later migrated to Trinidad. He later did courses in salesmanship, psychology, business administration, and public speaking. At the age of 21, he joined the firm of David Slinger & Company Limited and reached the position of manager in charge of their hardware department. At 24, he joined the firm of O.D. Brisbane & Sons, and 4 years later resigned from the company to start his own business, Central Sales Limited. Over the years, Mr. Douglas, through his mentorship, employed and assisted in the development of a number of Grenada's top businessmen, including KFC's Joseph Ross, who is also from the Boca area of St. George Northeast. Despite being actively involved in his business, He understood the importance of giving back to his community and country. He served as secretary of the Bolio Snug Corner branch of the Grenada Citizens Association. He was also co-founder and president of the Bolio Social Club. The aims and objectives were to lift the literary and social standard of the young people in the area. This club was responsible for Bolio and Willis having their own post offices, and also Bolio having its first public cemetery in the early 1960s. He was co-founder and charter president of the Lions Club of Grenada, and under his presidency founded the St. George's Leo Club. He was a co-founder of the Junior Chamber of Commerce in Grenada, commonly referred to as the JCs. He was also responsible for the introduction of the Dale Carnegie courses to Grenada public in 1970. Over the years, Mr. Douglas served on several boards and organizations, including the Grenada Chamber of Commerce. He also served on several committees of the Government of Grenada and the Roman Catholic Church. On January 1, 1975, the title of Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire was conferred on him on the birthday of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Mr. Douglas was married to Margaret Bernadine Nee Stewart and was the father of 6 children, 3 boys and 4 girls.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next 10 awards being under business, community service, and culture will be presented by the Honorable Prime Minister. And we thank the Honorable Ron Redhead for presenting the first 10 awards. The 11th awardee is the Dolan family. And the award will be received by Rudolph Dolan.
Dennis Arkwright Dolan was born in St. George's Estate on January 21, 1908. He was educated at the Bolio RC School. As a young man, he worked at Mitchell's Pharmacy in downtown St. George's and later traveled to Guyana, Venezuela, and ultimately Aruba to enhance the quality of life for himself and family. He was married to Una Dolan, née Bishop. After spending 15 years as an employee of Lago Oil Refinery in Aruba, on Wednesday, January 12, 1955, he and his entire family of 9 left Aruba by boat, the William Johnson, and arrived in Grenada on Saturday, January 15, 1955. 6 months after his arrival in Grenada, he invested his life savings in building and stocking Dennis Dolan Wholesale and Retail Grocery Store in Bolio. 2 months later, on September 22nd, Hurricane Janet ripped the roof off, destroying his entire inventory. He also lost his agricultural crops and livestock. Nearly 50 years later, his children would suffer the same fate in the aftermath of Hurricane Ivan, which destroyed Cablevision. Despite the unfortunate circumstance, kind family members in Aruba came to his aid and helped him rebuild. In the early 60s, he started a wholesale delivery business throughout the island. Dennis Dolan and his wife Una Dolan were bright lights in the community. The best way the family chooses to remember them is to brighten the corner where they are. In keeping with that commitment, the Dolan family over the years has invested in Today's Wonders, Grenada Cablevision, the Flamboyant Hotel, and more recently, Spice Basket. Today's Wonders sponsored the St. David's cricket competition for 20 consecutive years. For just under 70 years, the family has held steadfast to its belief that if Bolio was good enough for them to grow up in, then it must be good enough for them to invest in. Their recent partnering with one of Grenada's top call centers will now see over 500 jobs being created at the Spice Basket.
The next awardee under the category of business is Kent Joseph, and the award will be received by his sister, Julia Lawrence.
Kent Gabriel Joseph. Notwithstanding dropping out of secondary school at the age of 15, Kent Joseph, aka Papa Joe, has been actively supporting the growth of our beautiful country in numerous ways. His formative working years were spent at General Traders, followed by George F. Huggins, where he quickly rose to the position of department head by his mid-20s. He ventured into business in the early 1980s, creating employment through several of his businesses, including Market View Store, Caribbean Tobacco Company, Homemade Bakery, Chef's Castle Restaurant, Movie Palace, Kids Palace, Home Mart, Body Image Gym, and Excel Plaza. He has supported sports in Grenada through participation, financially, and as a volunteer, mainly in the areas of bodybuilding and table tennis. His love for table tennis started as a teenager downstairs of the Bolio RC Church in the Presbytery. He later became a national champion in both table tennis and bodybuilding, and as a businessman, sponsored championships in both sporting activities. In 1999, he was nominated as an NDC opposition senator and participated in and steered community projects in the town of St. George's, where he has resided for the past 50 years with his family. His humble roots, however, are from Bolio. He's the eldest child of the late Patricia Lawrence, a dedicated mother and educator of the Bolio community.
Still under the category of business, L.A. Purcell and family, and the award will be received by Raphael Purcell.
Leonard Anthony Purcell. Leonard Anthony Purcell, known more popularly as L.A. Purcell, L.A. or Chief, is regarded today as one of the most prolific and renowned businessmen of Grenada. He was the founder of the firm of L.A. Purcell, established now for over 85 years, which today has several retail stores including furniture, hardware, lumber, and textile, together with 2 large agricultural estates. L.A. Purcell was born to Cleve James and Bertie Purcell on February 16, 1922, at the Stones, Bolio, St. George's. Although his father enjoyed some wealth, his mother was a poor woman who struggled to make ends meet. At the age of 10, little Leonard worked part-time to help his family, and at 14, he dropped out of school to work full-time at a textile shop for 10 shillings per month. Those 10 shillings were important because after 6 months, he was able to save £2 10 shillings, and with that started a snowball business. This was his very first venture. From there, he opened a bakery with his future wife, Lesita Purcell. The bakery's beginning was so humble that L.A. himself and his workers would deliver the bread by foot in wicker baskets, walking as far as Montmorris and other areas in the northeast. As the business grew, he opened a bakery in Willis and was able to deliver the bread by donkey cart. Never one to be satisfied with one undertaking, Ellie started buying wet cocoa for drying and processing. To facilitate this, he converted a car into a box truck which he affectionately called the Arima train. To ensure the vehicle carried as much weight as possible, the Arima train was often overloaded, and the young boys in the area would wait at the Lamode-Bolio crossroad to assist him in making the turn from Bolio to Lamode by pushing the vehicle to climb the small incline. This community effort was one of many that spoke of the ties L.A. Purcell had with the Northeast communities for decades. L.A. constantly moved. There was always a new venture or deal to be made, or several at once. He opened a wholesale and retail store on Gore Street in the 1930s, selling household goods, textiles, and furniture. When he opened his businesses in town, especially his lumber and hardware stores, he found himself struggling to obtain the necessary financing. Well-known farmer at the time, Wells de Gale, admired L.A.'s drive and came to his assistance, vouching for the young businessman with his bankers at one crucial juncture when he needed to clear merchandise from the port. Indomitable in spirit and believing the sky was the limit, L.A. Purcell decided to sell his lumber to Grenadians who would not normally be able to purchase it outright. He offered his lumber on a hire purchase basis. It became the first of its kind for the working class people of Grenada. His aim was that all Grenadians should be able to own a home. His famous saying, "Cash if you have it, credit if you want it," was one he took to heart. He sat on several boards during his lifetime, including the cocoa, nutmeg, and banana boards. He even tried his hand at politics, going up against the GULP party of his good friend and rival, the very popular Sir Eric Matthew Gary. He won his seat in the Northeast under the GMP ticket in the early 60s, but lost it in the very next election and decided to hang up his political hat. Despite his many successes in the retail market, he always had a special place in his heart for agriculture. He manufactured his own animal feed utilizing breadfruit, corn, dried green bananas, and was the only one doing so on that scale. L.A. Purcell was also the first one to sell processed chocolate on a large scale for local use. He believed that the future of success for Grenada lay in its fertile land, and much of his attention in his later years was geared towards the Plaisance estate. After a long illness, L.A. Purcell died on December 18, 1998, surrounded by his family and close friends. He left a legacy of hard work, industry, and the shining example of what an enduring spirit can accomplish.
And the final award under the category of business will be made to Ernest Marshall, and that award will be received by his son, Nigel Marshall.
Ernest Marshall. Ernest Marshall, originally of Creighton, St. Paul's, resided in Tempe, St. George up to the time of his passing in 2003. In 1969, he and his wife, Valerie Marshall, started their business, Ernest Marshall Construction, with a traxcavator and 2 trucks. By the time their 4 children were grown and involved in EMC, it included a fleet of trucks and heavy-duty equipment. This was the first private company in Grenada to provide container haulage, new methods of on-site excavation, site preparation, and demolition using excavators. It was also the first crane service provider in Grenada. EMC was the first Grenadian-owned company to successfully complete some of the most high-profile civil construction projects ever undertaken. Some of these projects included reconstruction of the Tempe-Mongay Bridge, building of an artificial reef at Molyneux, St. George, civil works at the Grenlec Power Station at Queen's Park, initial reclamation of land at the Esplanade to facilitate the first bus terminal and cruise ship terminal near to the tunnel in St. George's, construction of a new Perseverance landfill, and the Dumfries landfill in Carriacou. Ernest Marshall's contribution to civic and community projects is well known. He rendered voluntary assistance for the maintenance and building of community roads and centers, not only in the Northeast constituency, but throughout Grenada. The company never failed to respond to a call for help at a time of crisis, whether it was voluntary clearing of roads after the passage of storms or other natural disasters. In particular, he will always be remembered for spearheading the reconstruction of the Grand Mall Road after it collapsed during the sea surge in 1999. He always ensured that the company strictly followed the policy that assistance was never in furtherance of the objectives of any political party, but in the cause of national development. The strength of this generous man was in the simple, unobtrusive way he touched the lives of so many people from so many different walks of life, always seeking to help others. His children continue his legacy by providing civic and community services in the field of construction throughout Grenada.
We now move on to community service, and the first awardee is Mr. Fitzroy Adolphus.
Mr. Fitzroy Adolphus, affectionately known to the Grenadian people as One More, was born on 13th February 1933 in Grenville Vale, St. George. He attended the St. Luke's Anglican School in Grenville Vale, St. George. At the age of 17, he started working with the Campbell family of Bolio, who operated a vehicle rental business on Green Street, St. George, for a hefty salary of $8 per month. He recalled an incident while he was employed with the Campbells when the wall bounced one of the vehicles. He had to pay Mr. Gordon Salhab's garage $8 to have it repaired, leaving him with zero income for that month. He later worked with the Shamrock supermarket owned by Mr. George De Freitas and then Bristow's Pharmacy on Grenville Street. As a young boy growing up, his brother gave him $400 to purchase his first vehicle. He used that vehicle to drive Mr. George Franco of Franco's Ice Cream around and also to assist in purchasing his groceries. In those days, there were only 5 buses plying the Bolio route, departing Bolio to St. George at 7 a.m. He saw it as a wonderful opportunity for him to take advantage of their late start and saw the wisdom in having a smaller vehicle to accommodate fewer passengers and also smaller groups. In the early 50s, T.E. Noble Smith was the then agent for Volkswagen in Grenada. In 1955, Mr. Noble Smith brought in 2 Volkswagen buses, which were for the Windward Island Broadcasting Service, or WIBS, and the other for the Santa Maria Hotel. One of these vans was subsequently purchased by Mr. Pisany, who was also actively involved in the St. Luke's Anglican Church, which he also attended. He later sold it to Mr. Fitzroy Adolphus, which he named One More. His entrepreneurial spirit guided his successful future as he started his morning trips to St. George at 6 a.m., 1 hour before the bigger buses started running at 7 a.m., and was able to complete 3 return trips before they started. The capacity of those buses were 50 persons in comparison to his vehicle, which held 12 persons. It therefore meant his vehicle was the perfect fit for groups of tourists 5 and over who could not fit into the regular taxis. His bus was also hired by various sporting teams, musical bands, and family members, in excess of 4 persons visiting Grenada. He subsequently purchased a new Volkswagen bus from Mama Ed, and that began the explosion of minibuses in Grenada and later throughout the region. So popular was his bus One More that most times a waiting passenger would always think there is room for him to accommodate one more. However, in the 60s, the traffic police on motorbikes, especially the two most feared, Church and Baragi, ensured that the buses operated within their legal capacity. Mr. Fitzroy Adolphus always told the story of the day he was charged by Baragi for being overloaded. The talk soon spread all over that this morning the police catch one more with one more.
The next award to be presented is to the Boca Support Group Toronto, and that award will be received by Justin Penny, who is a member of that group.
The Boca Toronto Support Group came into existence in 2002 prior to Hurricane Ivan. The group's first mission was shipping a container of foodstuff to the St. George Northeast constituency. The group consists of people who are from the community of Boca, but currently reside or resided in Toronto. The group was very instrumental in repairing the Boca pre-primary school and even donated some school supplies to the children after the events of Hurricane Ivan. The Boca Toronto Support Group continued serving the community of Boca and even extended a hand to other surrounding villages such as Bolio, Vendome, and Constantine. Every year, children from the 6th grade of the Our Lady Help of Christians, also known as Bolio RC School, Nativity RC School, Vendome RC School, and Constantine Methodist School, benefit from scholarships to assist them entering secondary school. To date, the group has assisted over 80 students. Another service of the group is the preparation and distribution of occasional meals and food items to the less fortunate people living in the community of Boca. The Boca Toronto Support Group is committed to serving the community of Boca and other Northeast communities.
Still on the community service, the next awardee is Captain Cyprian Honore.
From his early days as a student of St. Dominic's RC School in Laurelland, St. David, Captain Cyprian Honore absolutely 100% knew he wanted to be a pilot. His fascination with planes never faltered. Although he encountered numerous challenges, he realized his dream of becoming a pilot. Today, Mr. Honore is an experienced wide-body international airline captain who transports passengers, military personnel, animals, medicines, freight, and other cargo all over the world. Mr. Honore was thrilled to be a student of Presentation Brothers College, or PBC, despite having to deal with the daily challenges of having no money to get to school and return home to Windsor Forest, cemented the foundation for his future pursuits. Daily challenges prevented the PBC student from giving his studies full attention, yet this self-described grade C student, if even, graduated in 1978 and later on to earn an associate in avionics technology followed by a bachelor's degree in aircraft maintenance from Vaughan College of Aeronautics and Technology in New York. Prior to emigrating, he taught for 2 years at his primary school alma mater, St. Dominic's RC. He has flown the largest Boeing aircraft in the world, the 747-8, and is qualified to fly the Boeing 737, 747, 757, and 767. Captain Honore has also had the opportunity to fly the Boeing Dreamlifter aircraft, which is a modified 747 used for transporting the fuselage of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. With 17-day assignments around the world each month, Captain Honore always spends his 13 days off on the ground decompressing at his home at Tempe. Captain Honore flies with Atlas Air, which is an industry leader in freight and passenger service and charter operations. For more than 30 years, Atlas Air has been the airline of choice for those looking for innovative, flexible, and reliable solutions, from unique cargo service to military charters and humanitarian mission. He has flown to over 125 countries, covering just about every continental airspace in the world. Despite Atlas Air having over 4,000 pilots, he was the first captain to be deployed to fly Afghan refugees out of the harm's way in 2021. In February 2023, he was chosen by his company to represent Atlas Air on the occasion of Black History Month. At home, his time is spent in the garden as he continues to farm. He proudly pointed out that he's a registered farmer using purely climate-smart organic methods to grow long-term and short-term crops, as well as a wide variety of roses. As he makes time for his garden and friends here in Grenada, he remains passionate about giving back through tangible assistance where there are genuine needs, as well as through mentorship. Captain Honore has mentored young persons with dreams of becoming pilots and those who have achieved that goal. There are lots of guys he mentored from no flight time to flying 747s all around the world. This includes a young man from Carriacou, Kerry Dixon. He's ready to advise aspiring young pilots and aircraft technicians in Grenada and will do his best to make himself available to attend any career days.
And still on the community service, the next award will be presented to Miss Lydia Telesford.
Mrs. Lydia Telesford was born on May 16, 1948. She is a remarkable 75-year-old woman who celebrated 52 years of wedded bliss with a beloved husband, Mr. Hilarious Telesford, now deceased. Beyond her family life, Mrs. Telesford dedicated herself to community service, notably as a member of the Badgers Group. In that capacity, she imparted valuable skills such as soap making, cake baking, shorthand writing, and typing to the individuals in her community. She also played a major role in the educational development of her community, particularly the villages of Boca and Vendom. Her residence was used as a center for the popular Center for Popular Education, or CPE, during the period 1979 to 1983. Many people who were unable to read and write were schooled there and became literate. Lydia's compassion moved her to provide assistance to those in need, overseeing the fair distribution of goods within the community. Notably, the proud owner of the Boca Block Plant, a thriving business for over 2 decades. This block plant played a crucial role in helping community members build their homes in a cost-effective or efficient manner, with Mrs. Telesford offering flexible payment plans to accommodate various needs. A generous and understanding woman, Mrs. Telesford's impact on her community goes beyond business. Her active involvement in the Methodist Church further underscores her commitment to fostering unity and support within her community. Mrs. Lydia Telesford's legacy is one of generosity, community development, and unwavering dedication to making a positive difference in the lives of those around her.
And the final award under community service this evening will be made to Mr. Akil Subaka.
Dominic Allison James, aka Sibaka Ali, was born on the 21st December 1956 in Boca, St. George, to Iris Agatha James and Eric Wilson, now deceased. Dominic attended the Bolio RC School, and even though he was denied seating the Common Entrance examination, this did not deter him, as he went on to be a road checker with the Ministry of Works for several years. He migrated to Trinidad, and on his return to Grenada in 1982, changed his name to Akil Subaka. Mr. Subaka had no intention of opening a bakery, but because of his love for people, he invested in one to help a friend who lost his job. Mr. Subaka contributes to all schools in the area, providing lunches and bus fares for children, particularly at the Boca Secondary School. The children look up to him as a father figure. He also makes tangible donations to homes in Tempe, namely Dorothy Hopkin Home for the Disabled, Queen's Elizabeth Home for Children, and the Mount Gay Mental Hospital. He even assists the needy in burying their dead. A proud husband, father, grandfather, and community support is Akil Subaka, aka Ali.
And we now move to culture and on to the 20th award, which will be made to Mr. Sheldon Bob.
Sheldon Bob. Sheldon Bob is a musical aficionado whose involvement as a formidable guitarist and vocalist began at 12 years of age. Sheldon comes from the community of Montparnasse and attended St. Paul's Government and the Grenada Boys Secondary Schools. Despite being recognized as an avid sports fan and accomplished footballer who represented his school and community, he has chosen to commit to his first love, music. His proficiency as a musician has warmed audiences both locally and abroad through Spice Island Youthquake, the Catholic Diocesan Band, and accompanying renowned calypsonians and artistes. He was a founding member of the well-known Perang band Men from the Mainland that participated in Carriacou Perang Festival for many years. Sheldon keeps Grenadians entertained through his current engagement with Octane Band, delivering live musical entertainment for private and public events, and eases the burden of grief by providing spiritual comfort and upliftment in those sad moments where we proffer that final farewell to our loved ones. This musical virtuoso is recognized by our community for his committed vocation in the field of live music.
Thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister for presenting the last 10 awards. Now the next 10 awards will be presented by Mr. Cecil Noel. And we start off with Calypsorama, and that award will be received by Mr. Hugh Dolan.
Poem, Olio Calypsorama, A Trip Down Memory Lane by Franklin O'Brien Dolland. In Grenada, you can't talk about calypso and entertainment without talking about the Bolio Calypsorama tent. With Caruso, Papitet, and the mighty Manikou, Goldust, Saddle, and Don't Worry Too. Skef, Go Home, Isina, and the mighty Ojuku, Scratch, and the mighty Dishonest, to name a few. With performances 3 times a week at evening time, the villagers would gather for musical rhythm and rhyme. They came to cheer their favorite calypsonian and to enjoy the musical occasion. That was an inexpensive community affair, bringing together people from far and near. And the nicest thing about Calypsorama, you should know, these artists heard their music on the radio. That boosted village pride and self-esteem and helped some to realize their dream. Coming from Guav was this Calypsonian. That Clark's Court brother was a sensation. And the mighty Jojo came from Grenville to gracefully display his fine talent and skill. Some Calypsonians were law enforcement officers, and some were civil servants and teachers. Every stratum of our society was represented, an indication that in our culture they were interested. Olio's proudest moment was the March Gras 1973, when we captured 4 of the 5 prizes nationally, with Goldust, Manikou, Caruso, and Gunsmoke respectively, having to pay homage to the Calypso King, the mighty Unlucky. And another night we will all remember was Calypsorama at the CSA Center. Wall to wall with people galore, we could not have asked for more. We took the tongue of St. George by storm. People near and far came to see our Calypsonians perform. This is what you ought to know personally, and might find it hard to believe. Twice as much as the National Monarch's Prize money was what the monarch of Calypsorama received. Calypsorama, Calypsorama, oh Calypsorama, was lots of fun and great drama.
The next awardee is Mr. Wilt Cambridge.
Wilt Tolpre Cambridge. The world was introduced to the authentic sound of jab music in 1991 when Moss International first recorded a song that incorporated the sound of a live conch shell. 8 years later, Vandam native Wilt Tolpre Cambridge made the sound of jab his own with the monstrous hit All Woman Alone. The infectiousness of the conch shell, the traditional jab chant, and the overall energy of a Grenadian Juve morning experience was wholly captured in this larger-than-life hit tune. Tolpre has performed live in over 25 countries. His onstage antics even led to the Tolpre dance and another accompanying hit song. Maintaining the title of King of Jab requires a plethora of hits following on the heels of the success of Old Woman. And for the fans who crave the encapsulation of a jab and Juve experience in song, Tallpree has been able to deliver carnival season after carnival season. Over the years, he has not limited himself to just the subgenre of jazz music, but has experimented with variants of the art form, such as calypso, making it to the semifinals of the national competition in Grenada, and groovy soca, making it to the finals of the International Groovy Monarch in Trinidad and Tobago. Tallpree has been a 7-time finalist in the International Power Soca Monarch Finals in Trinidad, the most appearances by a non-Trinidadian artist. He is also the only non-Trinidadian artist who has placed in the top 4 of the finals not once but twice, 3rd with Old Woman and 4th with Wicked Jab. In Grenada, Tallpree has been named a cultural ambassador, having won the coveted Soca Monarch title and back-to-back Road March titles in 2000 and 2001. Tallpree's start as an entertainer came through the desire to emulate his idols, the dancehall artists who influenced a myriad of young and talented Grenadians. Tallpree, who carried the additional moniker Mr. Evilus, was well known for his exploits on stage shows featuring the likes of Supercat and Merciless. Tallpree stands out not only because of his propensity to do jab music and his consistent success, but also because of his distinct, deep voice that immediately commands attention, whether in a regular conversation or backed by some thumping instrumentals. Another unique feature of the King of Jab is his spiked hairdo. Perhaps the best compliment to the hairstyle is the fact that while many others have attempted the same, only Tallpree seems capable of maintaining such a fashionable and attention-grabbing look. Fans of Tallpree in Grenada, throughout the region, and in the wider world always anticipate the fervor he brings to the stage. In recent times, Tallpree has added the title of entrepreneur to his list of accomplishments. He has established an annual carnival event known as Pre-Day that features his friends in music both regionally and locally. There is also Tallpree Sundays, which is a weekly event taking place in Vandam that serves as a build-up to carnival. Tallpree is unique, passionate, gifted, driven, humble, and most of all, a person devoted to pleasing his fans. He recognizes his blessings and accepts the responsibility of role model.
The next award will be presented to Comanchero Steel Orchestra. The award will be received by Dennis Phillip.
Comanchero Steel Orchestra. Comanchero Steel Orchestra from St. Paul, St. George is one of Grenada's most recognized steel orchestras. In 1967, Dennis Phillip officially organized a group of young musicians who called themselves the Tin Tots Combo to form Comancheros, a name given by Adrian Shaky Hayes. Evelyn Bratt Bullen joined the band in 1968, serving as the manager and arranger until 1983. The new band grew quickly and soon cemented itself as a community pillar in St. Paul's. Over the last 50 years, Comancheros has entertained audiences at home and abroad, performing at large and small events around Grenada and in Cuba, St. Lucia, and the USA, and produced 2 LP33s and 1 CD. Comancheros is a 7-time National Panorama champion, winning the coveted title in 1994, 2006, 2007, 2014, 2016, 2018, 2022, and a 6-time Junior Panorama champion. Today, Comancheros continues to contribute to the preservation of steel band culture and tradition in Grenada, with strong senior and junior teams of 75 and 50 players respectively, and a popular recruitment program with 4 to 5 learners. Comancheros is currently sponsored by Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited. Comancheros is not just a band. Cheros is a feeling, a cultural spirit.
The next award under culture is represented to Wilfred Harris and will be collected by Andre Harris, his son.
Wilfred Harris of Montmar St. George's was born on March 22, 1935 to Charlie Harris and May Rennick. He attended the J.W. Fletcher School and from the age of 11 showed a noticeable and special interest in steel pan. He grew up in La Mode, where his love for music moved him to join his father's string band, along with some other men in the community like Mr. Willie and Mr. Joe. They were wonderful entertainers whose presence was felt during festive periods like Carnival and Christmas. The latter was a special occasion for the string band, since the community, and by extension the parish, looked forward to them serenading every year, going from house to house singing Christmas carols. Wilfred's unwavering love for music drew him to frequent the pan yard and associate himself with people in the steel pan culture. From a tender age, he started using large grapefruit juice tins to make the instrument. He then upgraded to the caustic drums, which contained materials for making soap from the then soap factory. As he continued to improve, he elevated to the oil drums, and finally a special drum was made for the instrument. His work experience included employment at the West Indian Printers, Customs Department, and as a steward on one of Bridgeeast liners. During this time, his love for steel pan increased, and he made time to build and tune the instruments. He was visible in the community, especially during Christmas and Carnival. In 1974, he was seconded from the Customs Department to the Ministry of Culture. During his time at the ministry, he was sent to Trinidad for 3 months to sharpen his skills in making the steel pan. He was the sole national steel pan tuner for many years. As a mark of his appreciation to the government, he presented the then Prime Minister with a chrome tenor pan, the first of its kind in Grenada. On his return to Grenada, a base was established in True Blue, where the pan was manufactured. Mr. Harris introduced steel pan culture throughout the country. In addition to a full presence in St. George, pan was also introduced to areas like Corinth, Grandvoy, Grenville, and Soteres. In his golden years, he still tuned pans. His passion for pan and the art form in great part sustained him and gave him the energy to continue tuning. In 2014, he received an Outstanding Steel Pan Tuner Award at the 42nd Independence Celebrations. In 2015, he was recognized as a stalwart in the art form at Angel Harp's 50th anniversary ceremony, and in 2016, he received the British Empire Medal for his meritorious service. He left this world on December 16, 2019. His legacy with the steel pan endures.
The next award on the culture will be presented to Mr. David Thomas.
David Thomas. David Thomas's introduction to the performing arts began in primary school. This interest later became solidified through participation in the many community groups of the time in singing, dancing, and drama. However, it was the folk dance that was his greatest passion. After completing secondary education, this stalwart taught at the St. Paul's Government School from 1971 to 1978. He was a member of the St. Paul's Academy for Dramatic Arts from 1969 to 1983. From 1974 to 1978, he was the dance instructor at the St. Paul's Government School Dance Group. During the period of the Revolution, he was an instructor with the Center for Popular Education as a teacher and also served as the dance director for the Grenada Dance Company. He remains a leading figure in the Vinnie Wade Dance Group, which he joined in 1977, becoming the artistic director in 1983.
And the final award on the culture this evening is being presented to the Weavers Band, and that award will be received by Reverend Harold Andrew.
The Weavers Band had its beginnings in the village of Annandale, St. George in the late 1960s. Harold Andrew, the founder, was a fan of the world-renowned British pop group The Beatles, and the band's name was derived from them. Harold suggested the name Weevils, meaning small beetles. The first manager was Godfrey Venture, aka Rocket and No Problem. He was later succeeded by Roy O'Neill. The first members of the Weevils were Clive Steele and Sandiford Walker, Eric Fraser, Wilbert Andrew, Curtis Phillip, and Harold Andrew. The band underwent some personnel changes and additions along the way as well, including Ali Telfer, Aidan Slinger, Desmond C.C. Campbell, and Godwin Andrews. These were the members who in 1972 recorded the tune Caribbean Man in the studios of the Merry Men of Barbados. That song topped the charts for 6 weeks on the well-known Montserrat-based radio station Radio Antilles. It also became a favorite on the Windward Islands broadcasting station WIBS, which was headquartered in Grenada. The lyrics of the song are as relevant today as they were when written 50 years ago. In addition, Harold Andrew, the main songwriter, and Curtis Phillip wrote a couple of other songs, and Aidan Slinger wrote the music. The Weevils performed in the Boucan, better known as the Oven in Constantine, the Blue Tavern and Bolio RC School, Baines Hall, Grenville, the Lion's Den, Islander Hotel, Holiday Inn, Blue Horizons, Grenada Beach Hotel, and Rock Gardens.
We now move to education, and the first award to be presented is to Ms. Susanna Antoine.
Miss Susanna Antoine was born on the 16th March 1937. She started teaching at the tender age of 16 at the Vendome RC School and dedicated 44 years of her life to the field of education. 2 years after teaching at the Vendome RC School, she was transferred to Bolio RC School. Miss Antoine was trained in Canada to become a qualified teacher specializing in special education. Upon completion, she returned to Grenada. She went back to teaching at Bolio RC School and also assigned to the Kennedy's Home to Help Challenged Children and Teachers College to teach part-time. After a number of years, she received a government scholarship to further her training in special education. On her return, she continued part-time tutoring at the Grenada Teacher College. She pursued private classes in home economics. Later, she was promoted to St. Paul's Home Economics Center as principal. She was promoted and transferred to the Ministry of Education as an education officer, supervising schools throughout the Tri-Island state, including invigilating of exams. Her various roles allowed her to make widespread contributions towards the development of education in Grenada.
Our next awardee on the education is Ms. Cheryl Barnaby Bishop.
Dr. Cheryl Barnaby Bishop hails from the village of Rady, St. George. Her educational journey began at Mrs. Davidson Private School in Mount Parnassus, St. George, at the age of 5 years. Her primary school education was at the St. Paul's Government School and secondary education at the Anglican High School. At the age of 17, she commenced her teaching career at the St. George's Anglican Junior School, or Heinze. 2 years later, she attended the Grenada Teachers College to become a qualified teacher. Her interest was to assist slow and reluctant learners to acquire strong reading skills. She focused on using dance and movements to offer a creative medium for learning. In 1986, she was awarded a scholarship to study dance and dance in education in Jamaica. After graduating at the top of her class, she returned to Grenada and opened the Grenada School of Dance. In 1994, she opened a kids' learning center, now called Beacon Learning Center. Her goal was to operate a preschool, but God had a greater plan. Today, under the umbrella of Beacon Learning Center, she offers excellent pre-primary, primary, and secondary school education. She served this nation as a teacher, principal, head of curriculum in the Ministry of Education. She served for 8 years as Grenada's principal's representative on CXC Council meetings. Presently, she is employed as an online lead facilitator with the University of the West Indies Open Campus, Mona and St. Augustine, a consultant and agent for Macmillan Publishers in England, hosts educational webinars on behalf of Macmillan Publishers for Caribbean and international teachers. She also served as choreographer for Grenada National Performing Company and conducts workshops for teachers nationally and regionally. Her educational achievements to date are bachelor's degree, educational administration and management, bachelor's degree, dance education, bachelor's degree, early childhood education, master's degree, educational leadership, doctorate degree, educational leadership. Awards: Most Outstanding Principal by the Ministry of Education, Award for Education during the Queen of England Jubilee celebrations. Other pursuits: presently pursuing postdoctoral degree.
The next award on the education will be presented to Mr. Raphael Johnson. Sorry, Cecil Johnson.
Mr. Cecil W. Johnson was born in the village of Snugcorner, St. George, where he continues to reside. Mr. Johnson gave 42 years of dedicated service to his community or country as an educator. He taught at Boca Secondary School for 9 years, Constantine Methodist School for 5 years, served as a district education officer, Ministry of Education for 5 years. Upon leaving the Ministry of Education, he taught for 23 years, serving at both T.A. Marisho Community College and the University of the West Indies Open Campus. Mr. Johnson's specialized areas of teaching were mathematics and teacher education. At the circuit level, he served as a member of the Board of Governors of Wesley College, the lone Methodist secondary school in the Caribbean and the Americas. Mr. Johnson, when convenient, played local cricket for his Snob Corner team. He is renowned for his many skills, including gardening and carpentry. We applaud his tremendous contributions to education in his village, parish, and country.
And now we call Mr. Raphael Johnson.
Raphael Anselm Johnson was born in the village of Bellevue, St. George, on 7th August 1958. He is currently the chair of the mechanical department at the T.A. Marisho Community College, St. George, where he teaches mathematics, physics, and other science courses. He attended the Bolio RC School and Presentation College, obtaining several GCE O-levels and A-level subjects. After working for a short time as a Class 2 clerk at the Customs Department, Ministry of Finance in 1979, he received a government scholarship to Cuba, where he obtained a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Las Villas, Santa Clara. On his return to Grenada, he worked as an engineer and subsequently as maintenance manager at the Central Garage Corporation. After the closure of the Central Garage, Mr. Johnson taught math and physics at the Boca Secondary School for several years. He later proceeded to the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, Trinidad, where he obtained a diploma in education, specializing in the teaching of mathematics. When he returned from Trinidad, Mr. Johnson continued to teach at the Boca Secondary School for a few more years until being appointed as the first principal of the Wester Hall Secondary School in 2000. After a number of years as principal, he was appointed as a lecturer of mathematics in the Teacher Education Department of the T.A. Marisho Community College and subsequently became chair of the Mechanical Department in the School of Applied Arts and Technology, where his experience as a mechanical engineer was required. Mr. Johnson was a member of the Board of Studies in Mathematics of the Joint Board of Teacher Education for the Eastern Caribbean and co-authored the Handbook for Heads of Mathematics Departments in Secondary Schools in the Windward Islands. He was approached by Collins publishers to write a unique math text to help address the common problems experienced by students writing CXE math exams. This book, CSEC Mathematics, was completed and published in 2019 to be used as an official math text in schools. The book was first adopted by Jamaica in 2021 and subsequently by other islands, including Grenada, in 2023. Mr. Johnson is also a deacon in the Catholic Church and a Calypsonian sobriquet croquetter, placing second in the National Calypso Monarch Finals in 1999 and a joint Independence Calypso winner in 2012.
We express our gratitude to Mr. Cecil Noel, the CEO of Spice Mass, for presenting the last 10 awards. We will now have a 15-minute musical interlude During this time, you can take bathroom break, patronize the bar and the restaurant. It will be 15 minutes sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with this evening's proceedings. Please have your seats so that we can continue smoothly. I now call on Mr. Jermaine Denny to present the next 10 awards. Mr. Jermaine Denny is the site director of KM2 Solutions call center, now the biggest employer in the Northeast. And we still honor the category of education. The next award to be presented is to Patricia Lawrence, and that award will be received by her daughter, Grace Sylvester.
She was an industrious woman of deep faith with her life's mantra, with God all things are possible. As a single parent of four, Kent Joseph, Grace Sylvester, Julia Lawrence, and Dean Lawrence, she was firm and inspirational. She was also a backyard gardener, seamstress, and teacher. She opened a private school in September 1963, charging $1 per month. In the mid-70s, her school was converted to the first pre-primary school on the island, Bolio Pre-Primary School. She subsequently pursued training at the Grenada Teachers College and became a qualified pre-primary school teacher. Over its 48 years of existence, thousands of students passed through Teacher Patricia School, which became a landmark in Bolio and the wider St. George Northeast. Her students were described as bright, well-rounded, spoke well, could read and write very well. She was very proud of her past pupils who continued her legacy of improving the community through their contributions locally, regionally, and internationally.
We present the next award under education to Vida Lewis, and that award will be received by Veron Lewis Marshall.
From an ordinary childhood to an extraordinary adult life, Mrs. Vida Lewis was an iconic figure in Grenadian society. Mrs. Lewis said yes to the Lord and yes to every fellow villager having any imaginable need. The conscience of her village, she became known as Mother Mercy. Before Rady was known as a village, it was known by a name, Teacher Vida. For 5 decades, she taught and mothered hundreds of children at primary level, from St. Paul's to St. George Government and to St. Mary's Junior School. Although her driving was patient and scary, her humanity was pure and simple.
And still under education, we present the next award to Sir Reginald Palmer. That award will be received by his son, Chester Palmer.
Sir Reginald Oswald Palmer, born on February 15, 1923, to Edith Palmer and Wilfred Hood, grew up in Beaulieu, St. George. He received his primary education at the Beaulieu RC School and the St. George RC Boys School. At age 16, he began his teaching profession as a pupil teacher at the Birchgrove RC School in St. Andrew. During a 3-year training program conducted by a Dominican priest, he also studied for and received his secondary school certification. His stellar career in education continued and led to the following accomplishments: assistant teacher and later head teacher, St. George's RC Boys School; tutor and then principal, Grenada Teachers College; and assistant education officer and chief education officer, Ministry of Education. His academic achievements included trained teacher's certificate, certification in the course of studies in education for heads of schools and administrators, and bachelor's degree in education. He was actively involved in the Grenada Employers Federation, Grenada Civic Awareness Organization, the Labor Advisory Board, and the Drug Avoidance Committee. He served on many occasions as member of the governing body of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Sir Reginald was a founding member of several teacher organizations, among them the Grenada Teachers Social Security and Welfare Association, where he served as secretary, the Grenada's Teachers School Supplies Limited, the Catholic Teachers Association, and the Caribbean Association of Catholic Teachers. He was a member of the Grenada Union of Teachers, where he served as assistant secretary, vice president, and later president. He was also a representative of the Teachers Union on the Board of Education. He was actively involved in many religious and secular organizations, including the Catholic Men's League, Engaged Encounter, Marriage Encounter, the Casillo Movement, and the St. Vincent de Paul Society. He played a pivotal role in the establishment of New Life Organization, or NULO, and the Holy Spirit Catholic Church in Mount Parnassus. He also served on the Public Service Commission and the local advisory council of the University of the West Indies School of Continuing Studies. Sir Reginald was sworn in as Governor General of Grenada in August 1992 and retired in August 1996. The greater part of Sir Reginald's life was dedicated particularly to the education of young boys. He enjoyed the presence of young children and would often visit primary schools for several years after his retirement, inspiring young students with his own life experiences. In addition, he believed in building community, something he achieved through his strong Catholic faith and by imparting, as much as he could, his steadfast belief that early childhood education was fundamental to a child's development. He was well sought after for advice and counsel in the Mount Parnassus community. He believed in discipline, strong moral values, and in seeking and developing a child's inert talent and skill set. In 1973, Sir Reginald received the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire Award. In 1992, upon his appointment as Governor General, he he was made Knight Grand Cross of the Most Distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George.
The next award on the education will be presented to Wilfred Penny, and that award will be received by his granddaughter, Carla George Smith. The folks on the outside.
Wilfred Penny, or Teacher Fred as he was affectionately known, was the headmaster of Bolio Roman Catholic School. After leaving school at the age of 7 to help care for his siblings, he returned at the age of 14. Driven by his love of learning, he became proficient in Latin, and with a deep determination to overcome his late educational start, he defied all odds to become a school headmaster. Teacher Fred was an immensely talented educator and loved the practice of teaching and was dedicated to his students. It was his consistent aim that they all receive a sound education like he did, so they could lead productive lives. As a disciplinarian, he was firm but fair, and this was never lost on his students. In fact, one former student commended him for meting out the same punishment to his own children as to those who committed infractions at school. Teacher Fred had a broad definition of what it meant to be an educator. He felt that imparting his knowledge should extend beyond teaching in the classroom. Using the same dedication with which he served his students, Teacher Fred made it his life's mission to serve and educate his community, living his life according to Luke 12, verse 48. To whom much is given, much is required. He recognized that he was blessed with outstanding intellectual abilities and wanted to use them for the common good. He was also the president of the Teachers Union, where he championed for the rights of teachers, and a member of the Grenada Nutmeg Cooperative Association, advocating for fair prices for nutmeg growers and ensuring that they received their bonuses. As a staunch Catholic, he was the head of the St. Martin de Porres Guild. He counseled those in need of spiritual guidance on the importance of prayer and having an intimate relationship with God. Teacher Fred was often sought out for his advice on legal and marital issues, and frequently acted as an arbitrator by settling squabbles before they got out of hand. He was also what we know now as a notary public, reviewing documents for those who were not able to read. He was a fearless advocate for those who were treated unfairly. Wilfred Penny was a true pedagogue, and he served the teaching profession and his community with the utmost care and sincere dedication. Through his work as a schoolmaster, highly respected advisor, and a champion and advocate for the less fortunate, his legacy will forever live on in the lives of those he influenced and the generations to follow.
The next award on the education is being presented to the O'Neill family, and that award will be received by Fitzroy O'Neill.
Mr. Fitzroy Charles O'Neill, who was born in Birchgrove, St. Andrew, was a lifelong teacher or educator who spent most of his career at the Constantine Methodist School, to which he was appointed principal in January 1944. He remained there until his retirement in 1978. Mr. O'Neill was an active member of the Grenada Union of Teachers and was especially involved in the establishment and growth of the Grenada Teachers School Supplies, for which he was given an award which reads, "For outstanding service and dedication to the Grenada Teachers School Supplies Limited." Another award was given to him by WMPC, stating on the plaque, "In appreciation for community development." In the community, although he was not designated as such, He was scribe and translator for the villagers who were unable to read and write or understand official documents. Errington Sebastian succeeded his father, Fitzroy C. O'Neill, as principal of Constantine Methodist School upon his retirement in 1978 and spent the rest of his career there, retiring in 1993. While at Constantine, he was very involved in the teaching of agriculture. The Ministry of Education staged an annual primary school Best Kitchen Garden competition, and Constantine Methodist School had the distinction of winning the trophy on several occasions. He also served as game master, and the school performed at a high level for a number of years during the primary school cricket competition held for schools in the northeast area. Esther M. O'Neill was born in Birch Grove, St. Andrew, and began her education at Birch Grove Government School and Constantine Methodist School. She is a graduate of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, and she began her career as a teacher at her alma mater. She migrated to Canada in 1963 and pursued studies at Sir George Williams University in Montreal, where she obtained a bachelor's degree in sociology and applied social science. She later proceeded to the USA, where she earned a master's degree in education from Manhattan College in New York. Her contribution to teacher education in other Caribbean countries, facilitated mainly by UWI, Cave Hill, and Carnide, an arm of UNESCO, is varied and well documented. Ms. O'Neill's contribution to education in Grenada include the following: head of the Department of English at Grenada's Teacher College, 1980 to 1982, and team leader during NISTEP, National In-Service Teacher Education Program, local supervisor for UWIDITE or UWI Distance Teaching Experiment, language arts consultant to the Government of Grenada, 1990 to 1995, director of the Young Authors Program, 1990 to 1995, head of the Division of Arts, English and Humanities, St. George University School of Arts and Sciences, head of the Communications Department and lecturer in Communication Studies and Creative Writing at T.A. Marichaud Community College or TAMCC, founding member of the Writers Association of Grenada or WAG. During her stint as director of the Young Authors Program, with the approval of Honorable Carlyle Glean, then Minister for Education, Ms. O'Neill introduced the Young Authors Program, a novel way of teaching children to read through writing. During training sessions, teachers learned the value of writing stories for their students. They produced several stories, two of which were published by Longman. One such story, entitled Why the Owl Flies at Night, is in libraries in Trinidad, Barbados, and Jamaica, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, and as far away as Botswana. Publications: The Red Petticoat, a selection of Caribbean folklore; Caribbean English, a preparation for secondary schools; Purple Blues, an anthology of short stories and poems. Esther O'Neill has also contributed to educational publications by Nelson Caribbean and Longman.
And our final award under education this evening is being presented to Rupert Williams. That award will be received by his son, Louis Williams.
Rupert A. Williams, OBE, was born in the village of Bolio, St. George, on May 18, 1920. He was the eldest of 4 siblings and from an early age developed a passion for farming and education. He attended the Bolio RC School, where he demonstrated a high level of academic brilliance. In 1936, while still a student, he commenced the pupil teachers examinations and successfully completed all 3 levels in 1938. He was thereafter appointed a pupil teacher at the said Bolio RC, signifying the commencement of a successful career in education. In 1940, he registered with the University of Cambridge in England and initiated his pursuit of the Overseas Junior School Certificate Examination and the Overseas Senior School Certificate Examination the following year. After successfully completing them both in 1943, he sat and passed what was then known as the First Class School Management Examination. His motivation, passion, dedication, and pursuit for certification in his career soon caught the attention of his superiors. In 1944, he was appointed assistant teacher at Grandad's RC School and later returned to the Bolio RC School as the senior assistant teacher, where he taught for over 10 years. In the late 1950s, he was appointed the headmaster of the Birchgrove RC School. While serving as principal of the Birchgrove RC, he quickly became involved in service to the community and was appointed president of the Eastern Division of the 4-H Club movement. The 4-H Club movement comprised the districts of Birchgrove, Lafayette, Tivoli, Grenville, and Crowshoe. He quickly recognized that the culture of the agricultural community required students to assist their parents in farming, especially on Fridays, causing them to miss very important national exams. He convinced the parents otherwise and changed the culture. During his tenure, as a result of his foresight, the Birchgrove RC School attained its first passes at the Common Entrance exams. In the early 1960s, after his departure from Birchgrove, he was awarded a Certificate of Appreciation by the community of Birchgrove for outstanding and dedicated service to the community. Today, in recognition as their most outstanding past principal, Williams House is part of the Birchgrove RC School's organized house system. In the mid-1960s, Rupert Williams subsequently returned to the Bolio RC School as principal, and after almost 40 years in academia, his career ended where it all started. He quickly transitioned to his other interest, agriculture and community development. As a farmer, he became very much involved in nutmeg, cocoa, and banana production, along with seasonal crops like avocados, vegetables, and livestock. His presence at various agricultural board meetings was passionate. In fact, he was a board member of the Grenada Cooperative Nutmeg Association. As a member of the local community, he wrote references and testimonials of good character for persons who were migrating. In church, he assisted in planning the famous Bolio Harvest Dance as part of the Men's League. For almost a quarter century, he was the invigilator of exams at the GBSS. In 1984, he became the returning officer at general elections for the constituency of St. George's Northeast. He also served as the chairman of the Northeast Disaster Committee. In 1998, upon the recommendation of the then Governor General, Rupert Antonius Williams was awarded the Order of the British Empire for his contribution to education.
We now move on to health, and the first award on the health will be presented to Dr. David Lloyd Alexis, to be received by his daughter, Anne Alexis.
Dr. David Lloyd Louis Alexis. Dr. David Lloyd Louis Alexis was bestowed with the Golden Jubilee Award from the University of the West Indies in 1998. He was honored not just for long and distinguished service to the Grenadian people in the field of health, but for also having fulfilled his passion to return home to practice medicine among his compatriots. This Sater's native, who lived all his adult life in Mount Parnassus, obtained his degree in medicine from the University of the West Indies Mona campus, where he matriculated immediately following his graduation from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. In order to engage best practice in the field of medicine, Dr. Alexis obtained a diploma in obstetrics and gynecology and completed a mini residency in occupational medicine, among other courses. He served at all public hospitals. In Carriacou, he performed his first cesarean section and established a functional maternity service. On his return home in 1967, he was appointed medical officer in charge at Princess Alice Hospital, served as a district medical officer, and became medical superintendent of the General Hospital. His care extended beyond our borders to Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and Dominica after the latter's devastation by Hurricane David. Dr. Lloyd Alexis showed particular interest in the area of public health, founded the local nursing assistance program, and was passionate about the management of children living with disabilities. He was honored with the MBE for his commitment to service in the area of medicine. This posthumous recognition is befitting for this selfless, humane citizen of St. George Northeast for his exemplary life of dedicated service in the field of health.
We present the next award to Rupert John, and that award will be received by Ruth John.
Rupert John. Rupert Lawrence Augustine John, also known as Frenchie, was born on the 2nd of January 1937 in Snell Hole, St. Patrick. He was the 7th of 8 children and the youngest of 5 brothers. At a young age, his father allowed him to apprentice with a local chemist, and this is where his love for pharmaceuticals started. He was given a scholarship to go to Germany and Barbados to study pharmaceuticals. He became a licensed pharmacist and taught pharmacology to young government employees. Mr. John worked in various dispensaries throughout the island as he was senior pharmacist attached to the Ministry of Health. He rose to the position of chief pharmacist, the first person to hold such a position within the government. He retired from the public service in 1996. When he retired, he opened RJ Pharmacy. His service to the Grenadian public spans 60 years.
Our next awardee is Dr. Sonia Phillip.
Sonia Phillip. Dr. Sonia Phillip was born in Beaulieu, St. George, one of 6 siblings. She got her primary education at the Beaulieu RC School and her secondary education at the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Dr. Phillip started her working career as a secondary school teacher before she went to Cuba to study medicine. She returned to Grenada in 1986 and in 1987 migrated to St. Vincent and the Grenadines until 1991. On her return to Grenada, she was posted to Carriacou from 1991 to 1993. In 1996, Dr. Phillip went to France to pursue a diploma in accident and emergency for 2 years. Since her return to Grenada in 1998, she has been the face of the Emergency Medicine Administration and Care. She organizes acute emergency care for national events, disasters, etc., and has represented Grenada in this capacity. She's a part-time faculty clinic physician at the St. George's University. Dr. Phillip is well organized, thorough, and dedicated to her work.
The next award is being presented to Bernadette Penny Gittins.
Bernadette Penny Gittins. On July 28, 1968, Bernadette Penny Gittins embarked on a dedicated nursing career, initially joining the General Hospital's nursing program, where she became a registered nurse and midwife. She then began working at the General Hospital, where her skills led to a promotion as a ward manager. Throughout her journey, Bernadette contributed significantly to healthcare at Princess Alice Hospital in St. Andrew, Princess Royal Hospital in Carriacou, and the Gore Maternity Unit. In 1980, she assumed the role of chief nurse in the People's Revolutionary Army Medical Unit, providing care to soldiers, police officers, and prison officers. A testament to her versatility, she later transferred to the Substance Abuse Center in 1984, where she served as the ward manager. Her commitment extended beyond clinical duties as she shared her expertise through lectures at schools, police recruit training, and with incarcerated individuals. Bernadette's pursuit of knowledge led her to the University of St. Thomas, where she honed her skills in substance abuse. This diverse journey reflects a lifelong dedication to nursing, education, and fostering well-being in various healthcare settings.
We express our gratitude to Mr. Denny for presenting the last 10 awards. And the final 10 awards, we call on Miss Wendy Austin. Miss Wendy Austin is a retired airport controller, community activist, and she will present the last 10 awards. The final award under the category of health is being presented to Janet Sylvester, and the award will be received by Dawn Walker.
Janet Sylvester. Janet Sylvester was born on August 20th, 1948 in Vandam, St. George. She attended Vandam RC School and upon leaving school, entered the nursing profession in Grenada. She became a registered nurse in 1973 and a midwife in 1974. Miss Sylvester migrated to England that year, and after a 12-month course, she returned to Grenada to work at the General Hospital, where she was later appointed district nurse. Nurse Sylvester studied public health nursing in Jamaica and returned to Grenada in 1984. Shortly thereafter, she was appointed community healthcare nurse at the St. George's Health Center, supervising the St. George Northeast and Northwest districts. Other accomplishments include appointment to the HIV/AIDS program, coordinator for the Ministry of Health, which required her to travel throughout the region, chief community health nurse in the early 2000s. Nurse Sylvester retired in 2010 and immediately after retirement was appointed coordinator of the Desk for the Elderly from 2010 to 2015. She still serves voluntarily as a community nurse to her village and surrounding areas, participating in health fairs and health promotional activities when she can.
We now move to the category of sports, and the first award to be presented is to Jacinta Bartholomew. That award will be received by Sandrine Bartholomew.
Miss Jacinta Bartholomew was born on the 15th January 1965 in the village of Constantine, St. George, to Clement and Theresa Bartholomew. She got her primary education at the St. Louis RSU Girls School and her secondary education at the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Miss Bartholomew dominated the female athletics in Grenada during the period 1979 to 1983, making the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George the dominant school at the Intercol Games during that period. She represented Grenada at Carifta Games, winning bronze in 1982 and gold in 1983, and represented Grenada at the World Championships that same year. Miss Bartholomew represented Grenada in long jump at the 1984 Summer Olympics as part of the Grenada's contingent to the Games, and was the only female member, and therefore the first woman to represent the nation at the Olympics. Bartholomew first attended the Alabama A&M University from August 1985 to May 1986, and transferred to Arizona State University in 1987, where she was a four-time All-American, competing in the long jump, 4x100 meter, and 4x400, and has been inducted into the school's Hall of Fame. She earned indoor and outdoor honors in 1988 as a member of the National Collegiate Athletic Association, or NCAA, champion in the 4x100 meter. Bartholomew holds the national indoor record in long jump, a distance of 6.46 meters, set on 23rd February 1990. Bartholomew was also an avid netball player.
We present the next award to Combined Northern Sports and Cultural Group, and that award will be received by Kenny Batiste.
Combined Northerners Sports and Cultural Club was officially launched on February 28, 1989, in Monroe's building on Laborie Hill, Beaulieu, St. George. Our mission was to bring together the young men of St. George Northeast through sports and culture. Although football has been our main focus, we have organized football and netball tournaments and have even participated for 2 years as a Carnival Monday night mass band. Our club's greatest achievement over the years has been its ability to keep the young men together with 35 years of unbroken service in the Grenada Football Association, the GFA. In its earlier years, our football team progressed from 2nd Division to Premier League within 3 years. We have had players representing our country at both the senior and junior levels. Our present coach and former national under-19 and senior player, Mr. Kenny Batiste of Willis, is a true and living testimony of our commitment. At present, the club has 3 teams in the GFA, under 15, under 19, and seniors, with a membership of over 50 young men. We look back with a great sense of pride today as we celebrate this month 35 unbroken years of service to this community, together with our 50th anniversary of independence.
Next award on the sports is being presented to Conrad Francis.
Conrad St. John Francis was born and raised in the community of Vendham. He was involved in some form of sporting activity throughout his younger days. He was a member of the Marvelites Sports Club, where he showed his talent in both football and cricket. He even assisted in organizing competitions for the villages in the community. Mr. Francis gravitated to a track and field athlete in the middle distance. He participated in both marathons and half marathons and represented Grenada from the Caribbean Games. In fact, his 40-year-old record in the 800-meter, held from 1982, was broken in 2022 by Nathan Hood, one of his former trainees. Conrad studied physical education in both Australia and Cuba. After his return from Cuba because of his love of track and field, he successfully initiated a track and field club, Fajardo, where he was able to assist athletes with various techniques and skills. Mr. Francis had a passion for agriculture and further attended the Mirabeau Farm School to gain much needed skills in that field. Later, he showed off his skills learned by exhibiting his beautiful backyard garden right at his home in Vendome. This was evidenced in the huge heads of lovely lettuce that he planted and harvested over a period. Conrad is an ambitious man who never settled for less. He taught at the Boca Secondary School from 1985 to 1996. During that period, he produced a number of outstanding athletes who further went on to represent Grenada at both the national and international levels. Because of Conrad's exceptional dedication and competency to track and field in Grenada, he was called to serve at the Ministry of Sports by the late Adrian Spaceman Mitchell as the senior track and field coach. Later, he was elevated to the post of coordinator of sports at the said ministry until his retirement. Mr. Francis is now serving a 4-year term of office as president of the Grenada Athletic Association.
Next award on the sport is being presented to Cecil Greenwich.
Cecil Greenwich is a son of the soil from the Northeast community. He was born in New Hampshire, St. George, and grew up in Bolio during his early teens. From poverty and humble beginnings, Mr. Greenwich became a community activist and a symbol of hope for those of the same background. He served as coordinator of sports, likewise the acting clerk of parliament. Mr. Greenwich attended the Grenada Boys Secondary and Grenada Teachers College. A founder and former chairman of the first St. George Northeast Sports Committee, he took pride in seeing the Northeast Committee become the premier sports and community organization in Grenada. The then football competition was the most popular and celebrated competition in the nation. He is a former vice president of the Grenada Football Association, or GFA, and managed the national senior team on 4 occasions in the early 1980s. As coordinator of sports, Mr. Greenwich was instrumental in setting up the National Lottery under the direction and leadership of the then Minister of Sports, Mr. George Maguire, and served on the National Lottery Board for the first 3 years from 1984. Also, he saw the revival of the Windward Islands Secondary School Games and the introduction of the Secondary School Scholarship Program. He became the first local sport journalist in Grenada, writing a weekly sports column for the Torchlight newspaper in the late 1970s. Mr. Greenwich lobbied the then Minister of Education and Sports, the late Dr. Patrick Emmanuel, to seek funding from the American government for Grenada to participate in the 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles, USA. The American government agreed, resulting in the establishment of the Grenada Olympic Committee in 1984. Cecil served as secretary of the St. George's Cricket Council for 6 years, was secretary and president of the Grenada Cricket Association for 7 years. During his tenure, he successfully established an office for the Grenada Cricket Association at the National Stadium. Perhaps his most enduring legacy is the success story of the Digicel St. George Cricket Academy. His passion for cricket and his love for the young people drove him to find an avenue that would advance the youth cricket agenda in Grenada. His accomplishments were instrumental in the establishment of the Youth Development Center, logistics officer for the National Independence Committee for 5 years, formation of the Olympic Committee, general manager of the National Security Services. Sports is his labor of love.
We present the next award to Tyrone Sampat Habin, and that award will be received by Christopher Habin.
Tyrone Sampat Habin is arguably one of the best sporting talent Grenada has ever seen. Although born on Maloney Street, St. George, he moved and lived in St. George, Northeast for most of his adult life. As a footballer, his skills mesmerized many of his opponents. As a cricketer, he batted with authority and flair. Sampat represented Grenada nationally at both senior and junior levels in football and cricket. His skill and talent also enabled him to represent the Windward Islands in both football and cricket. His professional career as a player spanned just over a decade, from the late 1950s to 1973, where he received the Grenada Football Association Meritorious Service Award, 1960 to 1973. In his own words, "I enjoy what I am doing." Hence his passion, knowledge, skill, and discipline propelled him to become coach and manager to the national senior and junior teams in both disciplines of football and cricket. In his latter years, Sampat devoted his time in giving back through administration and coaching. In his 29 years of service to Grenada in sports, he was appointed as the coordinator of sports 1991 to 1994 within the Ministry of Sports, was top male coach for the years 1981 to 1984, and was awarded MBE on April 23, 1998.
We present the next award to Kenneth Hobson, and that award will be received by his daughter, Carissa Hobson.
Mr. Kenneth Kenny Hobson was born on 24th October 1957 and died on 2nd December 2006. He was a committed and ardent sports personality who contributed immensely in the area of cricket. As a young talented cricketer, Mr. Hobson won a scholarship to train and study at the prestigious Alf Cricket Academy in England, 1978. He was the captain of the national cricket team in the 1980s, during which time he also represented the Windward Islands. He represented the Windward Islands at the under-15 cricket in 1975, 1976, and 1977. Mr. Hobson was considered a good all-round cricketer. He is known for his medium, fast bowling, and hand-hitting but elegant stroke play. Mr. Hobson managed the Windward Islands cricket under-19 teams for over 10 years. He also worked as the senior coach for the cricket in the Ministry of Sports. Mr. Hobson was also Clerk of Parliament, had a burning passion for the game of cricket, and has made a sterling contribution towards the development of cricket in Grenada and the Windward Islands. In 2003, he replaced Mr. Walter St. John as the president of Grenada Cricket Association, a post that he held until his passing. He has been a true Grenadian icon and role model.
And the final award on the sports this evening is being presented to Cuthbert Vincent Nixon, and that award will be received by his grandson, Canik Nixon.
Vince Nixon was born in La Mode, St. George, and lived there almost all his life. It is believed that if playing marbles and spinning a top were medaled sporting events, he would have been in the championships. Similarly, he would have excelled as a speed cyclist, should the opportunity exist, judging by the extraordinary talent he displayed on that speed bike he rode. And he loved football. As an undying member of Queen's Park Rangers, he served as treasurer, transporter, and sponsor, whose presence was always guaranteed at their matches. But it was cricket that stole his soul. Cricket he lived and imbibed to a state of near stupor. From his boyhood days of cricket in the road, where poor children implemented innovative and creative practicality using coconut and homemade wooden bats, he gracefully propelled any offending compo or wind ball, breadfruit or gospel fruit towards the boundary in his skilled style. As an adolescent, he represented the community in several tournaments nationally before becoming a member of the national youth team representing Grenada at several Windward Island games. He was regarded as a valuable batsman, excelled as a wicket-keeper who, even today, is mentioned as one of Grenada's greatest talents. He also played on the Premier's 11 for several years. Vince Nixon not only played cricket well, he was analytical, passionate, calculating, and utilized a keen sense of observation in developing his game strategically. He demonstrated patience both in his game and in teaching others. He openly expressed that every athlete requires and deserved favorable circumstances plus reliable support to maximize his potential. He believed in inclusiveness, so he dedicated time to train and mentor young talent and insisted that his sons, nephews, and grandson engage and excel as outstanding sportsmen and cricketers. As a passionate advocate for inclusion of women in the sport, he personally fought for the right inclusion and genesis of their participation in competitive cricket at the highest level nationally. Although he rejected the offer to become a West Indies umpire, Cuthbert Vince Nixon studied that discipline privately and was regarded among the best while living in the United States, where he dedicated many weekends to umpiring there. He became feared for his fairness and revered for his knowledge, sportsmanship, and discipline. On the day he became tragically ill, he was actively engaged in watching a game to the point of asking his physician not to obliterate his view of the television. This unforgettable Grenadian and Caribbean cricketer and perennial West Indies supporter has represented La Mode and the Northeast to the utmost, with dignity and profound sportsmanship that transcended our national borders, and deserves this posthumous recognition for his contribution to sports development in Grenada.
We now move to the final category, that of public service, and we present the first award under that category to Joan Purcell.
Joan Millicent Purcell. Joan Millicent Purcell was born on September 23, 1942, and describes her vocation as teacher training specialist and her spiritual direction as born again. A graduate of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, she completed a Bachelor of Science degree in social work from the University of the West Indies, Mona, and has since selflessly dedicated her life to the betterment of all Grenadians. She has left indelible marks in every aspect of interaction with the people, mentoring young colleagues, conducting her duties as a social worker, and serving in youth leadership. She provided unforgettable and invaluable guidance to an impressionable group of young people from the St. George Northeast, most of whom have become leaders in their fields locally and in the diaspora. Joan Purcell has without question demonstrated her talents as an extraordinary spiritual leader and counselor, incorruptible community and political leader, and exemplary, unapologetic, and faithful Christian woman.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the 50th, the final award this evening to Sir Curtis Strawn, and that award will be received by his son, Richard Strawn.
Kurt Strawn. Sir Curtis Strawn gave 57 years to the public service of Grenada, 44 of which were in Parliament. He served as clerk to the Houses from 1959 to 1991 and as Speaker of the House of Representatives from 1995 to 2003. During his distinguished career, he served in many capacities, including Secretary to Government, Clerk of the Executive and Legislative Council, Permanent Secretary, and Cabinet Secretary. He was educated at the University of the West Indies in Public Administration and further trained in parliamentary procedure at the British House of Commons and the Canadian Parliament. He held the office of Secretary General of the Grenada National Secretariat during 1979 to 1983 and served as Executive Secretary and Deputy Chairman of the Special Organizing Committee for Grenada's Independence, which was achieved in 1974. He chaired a number of committees, boards, and voluntary organizations: the JCs of Grenada, Carnival Committees, Government Tenders Board, Royal Visits to Grenada, Radio and Television Committees, and the Methodist Men's Fellowship. Trained by the BBC, he was also one of the pioneers of public radio broadcasting in Grenada. Sir Curtis, who became the doyen of Commonwealth Clerks of Parliament, demitted office in the public service and the parliamentary service in 1991 and became a parliamentary consultant. In 1995, he was unanimously elected by the House of Representatives as the Speaker. In 1999, he was similarly elected to serve a second term until his retirement from public life in 2003. Well known for his advocacy of and efforts at strengthening parliamentary democracy and the rule of law, Sir Curtis traveled widely in the Commonwealth, participating in numerous parliamentary conferences and seminars. During the suspension of the Constitution in 1979 to 1983, he hid the maces of the Houses of Parliament, which reappeared in 1984. He served as an expert and resource person at parliamentary seminars in Africa, Canada, Grenada, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. He has the distinction of being the second of only 2 overseas clerks of Parliament to have sat and functioned at the table of the over 500-year-old House of Commons of Great Britain. The Daily Telegraph of June 21, 1969, quoted, "At the table of the House of Commons this week has been sitting Mr. C. Strawn, Clerk of Grenada's Parliament and one of the most distinguished in the Caribbean. He is the first colored clerk ever to sit in the Commons." He's the author of 2 books, mainly for parliamentary freshmen and Assisting the New Member, as well as several parliamentary papers: The Basis of Procedure, Ceremonial and Official Dress in the Legislative Council, Procedure in the Senate, and the Public Accounts Committee of Grenada. Sir Curtis was twice honored by Her Majesty the Queen, In 1985 with the dignity of Commander of the Royal Victorian Order, and in 1996 as Knight Bachelor.
I now invite Mr. Strong to offer a few words of thanks on behalf of the awardees.
They say there is no such thing as a free lunch. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Member of Parliament for the area, distinguished Chairman, Ambassador James, also my cousin. Just in case you're not aware, my paternal grandmother is a James right from Snug Corner here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Grenada's independence, I am deeply honored to stand before you as the representative of my late father, Sir Curtis Strawn, and to express our collective gratitude to the St. George Northeast Independence Committee. Now, I'm representing my father, not myself, on behalf of all the awardees here, those who are present and those who are represented. And I thought to myself, what would my father do had he been here? And the first thing he would certainly do is to say that a good speech must have a good beginning and a good ending. And the closer the ending is to the beginning, the better. So I promise you I'll be brief. Today, we come together not just as individuals, but as a community and a nation, one people, to recognize the extraordinary contributions of 50 remarkable individuals from the Northeast constituency. The awards span across 8 diverse categories, which we all heard tonight, reflecting the broad spectrum of talent and dedication that shapes the fabric of our society and that makes our nation so exceptional. I want to extend to the St. George's Northeast Independence Committee for their meticulous appreciation for their meticulous efforts in organizing this significant event. Your commitment to acknowledging the achievement of individuals who have not only impacted these communities around here, but also to the progress of our entire nation is commendable. And this ceremony is a testament to the power of unity and shared purpose, one journey. But as I stand here, albeit a representative of my father, who is posthumously honored for his dedicated service to the public, I'm reminded of the profound impact that every single individual who was honored here tonight can have on the collective journey towards progress. And I've heard so many of the legends awarded here tonight from him. And over the years, I had the honor of meeting some. Your legacies serve as a source of inspiration for us all, motivating us to strive for excellence and selfless service, like young Dixon, who's been influenced by the good captain. To the St. George's Northeast Committee, your chronicle efforts, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador James, you and your committee, your chronicle efforts and your efforts to make a chronicle of what has happened in this area have not only organized an award ceremony, but have curated an opportunity for us all to reflect on the achievements that have shaped our nation over the past 5 decades. Your dedication to community development and the recognition of outstanding individuals like the 50 honored here tonight, is a beacon of hope for a brighter and a more prosperous future. Your commitment to highlighting excellence in various fields, from agriculture to public service, not only showcases the richness of our community, but also encourages future generations to strive for greatness. In closing then, let me express our sincere gratitude of all the 50 awardees here this evening. Thank you, committee, for celebrating the essence of our community. Thank you for acknowledging the tireless efforts of those who have contributed steadfastly and selflessly. And thank you for creating a platform that fosters unity and appreciation. Thank you. May this ceremony, wonderful as it was, be a catalyst for continued collaboration and progress in many years to come, as we recognize one people, one journey, one future. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Strong. Now, as we wind down, coming down to the end of this evening's proceedings, the awardees that have not gotten a bag, you can get your bags right there on the left. Further, we have this booklet here. We refer to it as our commemorative booklet. And as you can see, this booklet has all the bios that you have heard of the 50 awardees is contained in this booklet. You have a message from the chairman of the Northeast 50-50 Committee, a message from our Honorable Prime Minister, message from our Honorable Parliamentary Rep, and a message from Franklin Dolan. And I learned this week that Franklin Dolan is one of 2 persons who were parliamentary representatives at the time of independence, a transition from colonialism to independence. There's also a short piece on the Northeast. We have a limited amount of copies. As you go out, you can get them on your left. It is only a small contribution of $30. Now, folks, as we close down, wind down, I would like to invite Mr. Hugh Dolan, an ardent member, hard-working member of the Northeast 50-50 Committee, to offer a few words of thanks.
Parliamentary Representative for St. George Northeast, Honorable Ron Redhead. Chairman of St. George Northeast 50-50 Celebration Committee, Mr. Derek James. Esteemed honorees, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the candidates, which would be the elected representatives and candidates of St. George Northeast, who are here with us this evening, and members of the media also. Today, February 2nd, 2024 is indeed a very important and special day, not only for the people of St. George Northeast, but also for the entire population of Grenada, whom these awardees have served over the years. As you listen to the biographies of the awardees, one thing becomes evident. Throughout the years, St. George Northeast has played a very important role in the overall development of Grenada. Our residents took the strain, they bore the pain, and made the mold that shaped our country and also our world. So on behalf of the St. George Northeast 50-50 Independence Celebrations Committee, I would like to thank Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell for taking the time to celebrate with us this evening and for addressing and assisting us with the distribution of plaques to our awardees. Thanks also are due to the Honorable Ron Redhead, our parliamentary representative, for doing likewise. So I thank both of you for your meaningful contribution to ensure the success of this event. To our many sponsors who presently live or have their origin or their business in St. George Northeast, we say thank you. This is truly a community effort. Every sponsor listed at the back of your program and booklet played a very important role in ensuring the success of this event. The residents of St. George Northeast can expect only one result: when government and the community work together. Success, success, success. We say thanks to the media for your coverage of the event. In particular, Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Hugh Oliver of TNR Communication and Visual Solutions, respectively, who are making this program available for viewing worldwide. Our heartfelt thanks are due to a list of many persons, and they include those who assisted us with the biographies and of the awardees. The golden voices of Ms. Cheryl Fletcher and Mr. Troy Gill, who voiced the biographies, and also our presenters, Mr. Cecil Noel, Mr. Joe Ming Denny, and Ms. Wendy Austin. I don't think Mr. Fitzroy O'Neill will have any objections if I should specifically mention that both himself and his sister, Esther O'Neill, have contributed significantly to the overall editing of the many bios, which obviously would have been time-consuming. Ms. Lynette Noel, a teacher at the Bollier RLC School, for bringing together the very talented young group of children from the St. George Northeast. They did a terrific job and makes us all proud. Don't you agree? Yeah. Their choice of song was most appropriate, and their singing most delightful. Rest assured that Grenada's future is in safe hands. To all those who have been elected or sought to represent the constituency, we thank you. We have no doubt of your commitment to the development of St. George Northeast constituency and your honorable intentions. This wonderful event would not have taken place today without the dedicated efforts of our St. George Northeast 50th Independence Celebrations Committee. And would you once again please give them a round of applause. Our chairman, Mr. Derek James, our secretary and live wire of the team, Ms. Nola Bartholomew. The other hard-working members of the team are Mr. Raymond Julian, Ms. Laurel Bartholomew, Mr. Fitzroy Alexander, Mr. Jerry Smith, Dr. Sonia Nixon, Mr. Keith Ventu, our attorney, now turned master of ceremonies, Mr. Francis Paul, Mr. Fitzroy O'Neill, and your humble servant, Hugh Dowland. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that standing before you are two qualified individuals who should have been seated among their colleagues? Why? Because they were both political candidates at different times to represent St. George Northeast in the Parliament. These two gentlemen are Mr. Fitzroy O'Neill, the candidate in 1972 for the Grenada National Party, and Mr. Fitzroy Alexander, the candidate in 1990 for the National Party. As a team, we were blessed to have had the full support of our families and friends who assisted us in many ways during the months of planning. Allow me to mention the brother of our Keith Ventu, John Chalky Ventu, and his graphic designer niece, Ms. Carissa James Herbert, who resides in Canada, and took on the responsibility of compiling our booklet in record time. I would also like to thank my son Kevin for his assistance in the design of both the program and booklet covers, and Mr. Roger Bayer for his much appreciated input. Looking at the composition of this team and the apparent camaraderie among our former elected members and candidates in general from St. George Northeast, one thing is evident, and that is, in St. George Northeast, politics does not divide us, it unites us. They always, as Wizard will say, think of the nation's future when the elections are over. I know our present parliamentary representative is in full agreement with that observation. This is undoubtedly one of the best teams I've had the privilege of working with in a long, long time. Imagine us having just over 25 meetings over the past 8 months and being able to record an average attendance of just about 95%. We are heartened by the large attendance here tonight, which is a clear indication that we as a people clearly understand we must find time to stop and thank the people who made and continue to make the difference in our lives and on whose shoulders we stand. We thank you all for your presence. I have saved the best for last. as I reflected on the many things that surround us, or many forts, Sendall Tunnel that many of us walk through and drive through daily, even Bolio RC School, which a school I attended, my father attended, many of the awardees attended, a school over 100 years old. It brings to mind the saying, never let the things you want make you forget the things you have. To bring this point strongly across, and being one of yesteryear's Calypsonian, I turned to Calypsonian gypsy, Calypso, yesterday's children, to guide my thoughts as I say a very special thank you to our awardees, yesterday's children. And I quote, in cities, villages, and towns, there are reminders there. Just look around, you'll find them. The everyday things that we use, the many things that we abuse, we never ever stop to think, who made them? But they were made for you and me by hands that we'll never see. Oftentimes, the memories are lost through the pages of history. So those who are here, let's handle with care, as to us they ought to be dear. Yesterday's children, in failing strength, God bless their souls. They're still the pillars of our world. They are yesterday's children. So we have to treat them good. Be careful with what we do. For when tomorrow comes, if we are lucky, we may become yesterday's children too. To our awardees, once again, we say thank you for your outstanding service and overall contribution to our communities and country. We love you, we appreciate you, and to God be the glory. Happy 50th anniversary, Grenada. At this point, I would like to invite you to exit the pavilion so you can better enjoy the fireworks which we are about to display. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is celebration time. Yeah, Mike, yeah. Well, as we exit our way, you will meet on the way out as you met on the way in, the protocol team that has done a wonderful job, and we'd like to say thanks to all of them, and also the police officers and everyone who assisted us in making this a wonderful evening. Thanks again for coming, and enjoy the rest of the evening with us.